Hello. Oh, okay, we can get started. How's the audio, by the way? Is it okay? Does it need to go down a little bit? Yeah, sure, that one. Why not? Oh yeah, I forgot this. What happened last time? Can anyone fill me in? I forgot. Taka and Hifumi died. That's all I remember. You know, a part of me kind of wishes that I was writing shit down for this game. Because a lot of the time I find things out and want to talk about them and then completely forget by the time that I need to stream again. Hey, I got a coin. I used up all my coins on gifts from my friends. Hey, Una.
So,
Hey, Makoto? I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. Huh? What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? Oh yeah, they disappeared and we found them back in here. So, Hifumi disappeared first, and then Taka disappeared. This trial was kind of confusing for me when I first played it, so I forgot. I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together.
but
And we came right to the repository to, you know, look around. And I remember. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. Oh yeah, that's right! Hifumi said, Yasuhiro did it. Interesting. It was locked? Yeah, I know. I tried jiggling the door handle too. I should know this already. And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there. But I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. Thanks for telling me that, game. There are hammers of all different all different sizes, hanging on the wall, although some are more like mallets. Could the Justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder, but for some reason this one hammer isn't dirty at all. It's also wet. Did someone wash it recently? Yeah, probably when they bopped somebody on the back of the head and got it covered in blood. There are many aspects to this incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then.
Would you like my help? Please. Yeah, let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. Yeah, you stood around for an hour waiting for these people to show up when they never did. Stupid. And soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. We still don't know where she is, by the way, and apparently no one cares, I guess. You know, why not? After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, then quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour, but also managed to take a picture of him for some reason. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the pictures Celeste took, oh god, it's so stupid, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo Justice. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office, What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the second floor, where we split up and began searching. Then right after that, Celeste screamed. This time she had apparently seen the suspect on the third floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the third floor. Celeste, what's wrong? And that was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And then... so many fucking flashbacks. Oh. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. At that point, we decided to split up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect up on the third floor. And when we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi's corpse. Which is also when we heard the body discovery announcement play. I left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the third floor to tell the others what had happened. It's so convoluted.
However...
But at that same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. Which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. And that's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? Then you, me, and Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. But as soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. We hurried back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was, in fact, gone. Then we remembered we had abandoned the unconscious Toko. God, this is so fucking stupid! And rushed back to the equipment room. God, I can't believe they're acting like idiots. They're smarter than this. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? It's too much protein powder, it's gone to your brain. This time, Taka's body had disappeared. So from there we began our search for both of the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. And there we rediscovered the two bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to now.
However...
Looking back, things have certainly been very active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. I'm fine anytime. Thank God we have you here to remind us of all the bullshit that happened during the last stream. What a fucking mess. Who came up with this? I refuse to believe that the same people who wrote the first two chapters wrote this shit. I refuse. Byakuya is right next to me. He's hovering over my shoulder somewhere. Taka. He'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. Everyone's dying from blows to the head in this fucking game. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind when the body was moved. There was loads of blood left behind though. Loads of it. Actually, I'm gonna talk to this douchebag, see what he has to say. Byakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died... Yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So in other words...
Then there is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kind of dumb. Do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about this case? No, I'm bothered by all of it, actually. It's stupid. Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing 2 people?
What?
Because all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number 1 priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps... I see. So that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Huh? What's with the attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? I think it would have actually. I think he would have actually died on the spot. If he actually had to help me. Hey Fumi, how you doing? Fumi's big cold body is laying on the floor. His really big body. You have to mention that, Makoto. Fat shaming. How dare you? I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good. I just don't get it. I'm confused as to what Byakuya has figured out. Does he know it's not Hero then? Or does he believe that it's not Hero? I don't understand what's going on with that man. I can think about it later. For now I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Huh? Wait. Something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. That's it. His glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that? And why? Suspicious. Can I have a look at Taka's body? And not the tarp? But I want to look at him. No, not you. I'm sick of looking at you. Why would they? Indeed, why would they? Strange, am I right? Here we go. It's a dolly. It doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kinda awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. Huh? But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? Was it? I don't know, I can't remember, I wasn't really paying that much attention. I was too busy seething over this stupid writing. And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? I don't know, try rubbing those 2 brain cells you got together and maybe you'll figure it out. Maybe you'll generate enough static electricity to think about it. Okay, I think that's it. There's only one way in and out of this room. Through the door that Hina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from the art room. How does that work? The door can only be locked from inside the repository. Which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. So there was someone in there. Which also doesn't make sense to me, because there was somebody in there, obviously, to have locked the door. Someone alive who was in there to have locked the door. But Hina and Sakura were outside the room the whole time. So how did that person leave? Did Hina and Sakura leave the art room? Long enough for them to, like, sneak out? That must have been how it happened, but why would they do that? I found them in there, and then I left the room, ran off a little bit, And then I'm pretty sure Celeste and Byakuya came to find me. And they were like, the repository door was unlocked. And also we found the bodies. I guess Hina and Sakura must have left, but why? Weird. It just doesn't really track with me. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that's certain someone. The door. There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First the nurse's office, where Hifumi was found, and then there's the equipment room where Taka was found. Poor Taka. Least deserving of any of this shit. Okay. Dumbass game. Alright, well, while I'm here, I guess I'll go check the equipment room first. I need to go and interrogate Celeste as well. Strap her down and pull her fingernails off. Oh, what a mess. Oh hey, oh god, don't make eye contact. Huh? This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently too, like 5 whole seconds ago. There's some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That reminds me. About the dolly in the repository. There's blood on its tire. Yeah, there's track marks going through it, you stupid. Could that blood have come from... here? Which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms were on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. But even if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. I don't know, maybe he got up and walked off? Justice Hammer 4. The weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. Would you have anything enlightening to say? Probably not. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. No, that's it for here. Okay, cool. Yeah, it would have been helpful if you were fucking awake like you are every other time you pass out and wake up immediately. But no, you just happened to sleep through it during a crucial moment. Wonderful, thank you for that. Not frustrating at all. Not inconsistent at all either. Definitely not. Why would you say that? Why would you say such a thing, honestly? Terrible. Heartbreaking. Where the fuck did Byakuya go? Oh hey, just the person I was fucking looking for. What are you investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then, the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in such a short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes, and cart him all the way up the stairs as well, like, come on. Impossible. I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Celeste's account, okay. So dumb. So, like, why? You're smarter than this. It's just a normal trash can. Have you tried looking inside of it, you stupid ass? It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. How dare you call it anime cartoon? Ugh. But it's also covered in blood.
Oh,
Ah! Did you find something? Just give me that, I need to throw that in the furnace. Don't look at that too hard. Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
huh?
A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belongs, he must have used it to wipe up some blood. Who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Well, it couldn't have been anyone without glasses. Yeah, me either, but I think it might be important. I mean, that's obviously Hifumi's. Like, come on now. Oh boy. Justice Hammer 3, the one that was used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. You good? Listening intently? Good. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. Why would you drink something from a nurse's office? Why would you do that? After everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Sure, why not? Maybe just a quick peek. You know, there's an entire kitchen. There's a bunch of blood packets in here. For blood transfusions, I guess. Doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. There is a vampire in the room with me right now, though. Maybe she would like some blood to drink. Is that it? Are you serious? What? Oh Christ, don't sneak up on me like that. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You left me? You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all up to meet, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
What debt? I don't understand him. So, he said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? He's so fucking... like... like, I can tell he's trying to be nice, but also in his own douchebag annoying way. That was the nicest he's ever been in this entire game. I think Hero's room is down here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. The door is unlocked? I guess I can go inside. Byakuya did say to go look. Might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. Sure. Oh god, what is all this shit? This is Hero's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where do you even get it all from? Ugh. Most importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? I mean, he could, if he really wanted to. Boxes! I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something. And some things made out of... looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster? Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. Something about them bothers me. Yeah, the handwriting is different. It's not neat and pretty and nice. I soundlessly checked the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy though. Why does the bathroom even get this dirty? Hero, that's foul. It's a normal bed, pretty much just like the one in my room. That's it then. Well, so that's everything? I just needed to look at one box and then I'm done? Makoto! Big news! Big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko! What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. To think Hiro and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. They're not even gonna let me play the game. I'm just going there. That's been a bit of a thing with this game. It's very... Oh god, they're all over there. I feel judged. Yeah, it's very, like... We're going up to the third floor right now and you're not even gonna have a chance to play the fucking shit. It's like, come on. I wanna play my game and look around for myself instead of being dragged by the ear to one room or another, on one floor or another. Ugh. I love Hina. Hina is the best girl, like, objectively speaking. I love her. It's kind of strange how considerably I have warmed to her, because she was just kind of like Hero to me when I first played the game, just another character, you know? Nothing particularly special. I always thought she was pretty cute and very nice, but I really like her now. Like, genuinely super like her. She's great. Robo murder, am I right? True. Yeah, I don't see very much justice regarding this fucking robot. Hey, Kyoko. You'll be pleased to know that nobody gave a shit that you were missing for like 2 hours. Kyoko, and...
I mean...
Whew. Man, I have had the worst day. Hero? What's going on, man? Why are you in that? Hero?
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
Yeah, dude. Who else would I be? That's a good question.
Huh?
What? Why do I look like this? Did someone come along and remodel me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? Kyoko, explain yourself.
Right.
I found Hero. You don't say. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looks like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up. So harsh. I still can't believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Yeah, but manhandling corpses isn't creepy at all. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Wow.
There was something I had to check up on. Awesome Robo. He does have a very cool design, I'll be honest. He looks kind of like a transformer or something. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey.
Look, the woman has spoken, okay? More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind? Dude, she's a fucking mega genius, of course she knows.
And?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean...
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. Hero's always cute, let's be honest. He's such a simpleton. 1 second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened, and then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you.
Huh?
Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing!
It would seem...
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hero out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Whew! Free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hero would be able to wear that costume. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
Honestly...
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well. Did I ever tell you that?
Is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too. Wait, did he go in there and investigate the room before I did? He just wanted to make sure before he went telling me, in case he was wrong.
Could it be...
Then it's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's
was Hero. Shall we tie him up and gag him? What's up with everyone wanting to tie each other up and gag him? What's going on in this fucking game?
Just the worst.
What game am I playing? Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Tie me up? He couldn't kill anyone else. He's already killed 2 people, supposedly. That's the maximum amount you can kill. Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Right, like... Mondo was talking about tying up and gagging Byakuya in the second chapter, because he was being annoying. So, like, what the fuck is happening? Weird. Also, yes, Kyoko, super ultra justice Kyoko wanting to treat even suspicious individuals fairly. She could single-handedly revamp the justice system. Yeah, I mean, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea who you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine. If you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat. Without missing a bit? What? Huh? Game? Hina started putting on the Robo Justice costume. Oh.
Huh. See, look.
See, look.
See how loose it is?
Oh, sorry. I
mean,
forgot they
come
get
on.
voice acting in this one.
I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
She looks ridiculous.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
Poor hero. Byakuya knows you're the main character and his own actions don't mean much. I'm genuinely convinced he knows he's in a video game. The way he acts is just so, like... He knows that because I'm the protagonist, I would win everything. I'm going to make it to the end of this game. Simply by virtue of being the protagonist. He knows this. I'm convinced.
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
God, her voice is fantastic.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again. Well, now you're all out of excuses. Oh, see, it's 'cause you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. He's such a wuss. Get some backbone, come on, man. It's no good. The arms are too long, there's no way I can wear this.
Just a second!
See, I told you it was impossible. Maybe we should have somebody who's similar to Hiro's build trying it on. Like, Byakuya should try it on, is what I'm trying to say. Because he's almost as tall as Hiro, I'm pretty sure. And he's got a similar, fairly slim build. Makoto's like 5 foot nothing, he's like a midget. And obviously, as you say, Hina's a girl. So we should have somebody who's more similar to Hiro trying it on. We shouldn't just be like, oh yeah, put short-ass Makoto in it and see if he can fit. Obviously he won't. If it fits Hiro, then it won't fit somebody who's like a foot shorter than Hiro. Like, come on. Byakuya, put the fucking suit on. You're absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
But...
How? How do they know his proportions and dimensions? Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
What the heck?
Evidence? You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck? How unfair.
Just the
Who
worst.
cares? Hero's the one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible!
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? Just, like, he has no idea. Like, he's too stupid to lie. Like, come on now. He's too stupid to come up with a good defense. He simply is. I feel bad for him.
heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto. Who was it? Well, 2 people were killed. Taka and Hifumi. What? 2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it. I did not.
Huh?
Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed,
How about that?
that's it. I know who did it.
So then.
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right?
I'm at least 30%
Which means
right.
alter ego and or Chihiro must have done it.
Correct.
I see. That's unfortunate. Huh?
Please.
Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit that you did it, okay? I love him lots. Yeah, he's pretty great. He's a silly goose. I'm telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh,
I know.
Then.
That note. Note? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room, and then for some reason, I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So.
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
Well, really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. A secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? Yeah, they preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my... pocket.
No
Looks
way.
like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please, you gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? For serious? Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it. You know, you're way too gung-ho about this. You know everybody's ass is on the line, right? Including yours. You need to make 100% sure. If there's even a sliver of doubt, you need to explore that shit. Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, hero. Like, I don't blame them for all being super suspicious of him, because he is super suspicious. He doesn't have an alibi. He was wearing the costume. He disappeared for huge swaths of time. And most damningly, Hifumi said his name. So I don't blame them for being convinced, but we need evidence. Like, we don't really have evidence that it was him, aside from the costume. And also what Hifumi said. Like, there are things that aren't really adding up. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? He did spend 2 million on a glass bowl. Yeah, that must be it. He must be totally broke, and that's why. Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. Stop going on about that. It's gross. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right? Ah, you're right. I need to look for the second suit and that note. Feet don't fail me now. I guess I better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko, Genocide Jack, to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. They would beat each other to death. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
Jack wouldn't pass out at the sight of blood, would she? Is it just Toko that does that? You don't want them switching in the middle of guard duty. Probably a bad idea. Do you think if Jack switched back to Toko while there was blood on the floor, Toko would just pass out and then immediately switch back to Jack again? Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? Is his fucking catchphrase or something? He says that literally every fucking 5 minutes. All he ever says is just, huh? I'm convinced he's brain damaged or something. He must be concussed with the amount of just utter confusion that he seems to expel at all times. He doesn't know where he is or what's going on at any given time. I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. To reject me so simply.
Anyway...
My heart's broken too. Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey.
So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey.
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway...
We have to hurry, before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. They're in the repository. And I guess we should head that way for now. Okay. Why not? Wait, where the fuck am I right now? Hifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid, but only for a moment.
So then...
What a sliver of weakness. Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies. Ew,
I knew it.
why is she like this? The Monokuma file was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable. Huh? Explain yourself.
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey.
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? He did?
Whew.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? That would be me. No, that's not it. Anyway, you said he had a watch.
So then...
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the wristwatch was broken sometime just after 6.
That's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. Hey, you! How long were you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock! You know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
In other words...
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 PM. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning. That's just an hour before Celeste was attacked. Fascinating. So it broke when he died, but that was before what happened with Celeste happened.
However...
And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. You're right. There's something white in there.
Makoto.
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because...
You're the one that likes fondling corpses. Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? No. Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper?
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Kyotako's scrap of paper. The biggest problem I have right now, you can't stop going on about how big he is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse from the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository, all the way from the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing it. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, which we found in the nurse's office. But when we found his body in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. But now they're spotless. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses clean? But who would do that? And why? Well, you can't walk around with, blood all over your face. In your eyes. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
He stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he had hidden it on purpose, you see. In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants. Not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up. I like how she can't bring herself to touch the corpse and open Taka's hand up, but she's okay stuffing her hands into a dead body's trousers. Sure. Why not? When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like, you better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. Oh, it's Hiro's note. Interesting. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 AM.
So...
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hiro said. Then he was telling the truth.
However...
Although it's not exactly the same, is it? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 AM. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 AM. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 AM.
Is that right?
Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note, doesn't mean it was meant for him. Yeah, because it says meet at 6. Yeah, it says meet at 6. Wait, hang on, let me figure this out. It says meet at 6, and Hifumi's got it in his trousers, so like he had hidden it. But Taka's got a little scrap of paper in his hand. So it's like Hifumi tried to get it off of him, but left a little piece of evidence in Taka's hand. And also, the note Hifumi had a scrap of paper missing from it, like it had been torn. And yeah, the handwriting. Suspicious. Huh?
So...
Part of it had been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. There's some meaning to part of it being ripped. Yeah, it looks kind of like the handwriting on the Robo Justice blueprints. Also, did Hifumi not notice that there was a piece missing, and therefore must still have been in Taka's hand when he took it off of him? Like... Could you maybe explain it a little more? I'm being really stupid this chapter and can't understand. Think carefully.
Hey.
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
So then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? How would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. I've already answered it. Just now.
Hey.
While we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. I just thought I'd throw a curveball in there, why not? So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role? I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. Okay, remember the handbooks. Handbook. Keep that in my head. Oh. Shit. Class trial time.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Shit.
Seem...
How unfortunate. But I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. Okay. Christ. What an absolute messy investigation. Hey y'all. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. And as soon as we were all there... Oh shit.
Monokuma appears!
Hello! He's multiplied?
Wrong!
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy!
You're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay. Fine.
Hey!
Then if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train. Elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then. Shall we? Hold on. I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already I didn't do it. For serious. That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit. Awfully eager to pin the blame on him.
Hey,
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yep, good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Ifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive. And for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Ifumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is... someone right here.
hey,
The story begins when we get down there. What do you have to say, hero? It wasn't me. You gotta believe me.
Yes, yes.
Come on, Big Mac, let's do it. Hell yeah. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time. Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin your arguing.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes.
Damn.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. Alright. Off we go. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk towards the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. Oh, there's so few of us now. Shit sucks. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
What?
Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Never did I think I'd hear Byakuya say the word goofy. Don't rush me. Of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I'd never hold on. Oh yeah, I'll never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. Oh, so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. I'm so sick of him saying that. Okay. I'm gonna go grab some food before I start this bullshit. Okay, what do we have? If you guys want to take 5 before we start, I'm gonna grab something to eat. This thing, forgot that. This. Okay, BRB. Hey, I'm back. I think I might have grown more stupid. I'm gonna be honest. I can't spell any word. Like, not a single fucking one. Also, we have basically no food in the house. We don't have any bread or anything like that, so I was gonna make myself a sandwich, but I decided to have a pot noodle instead. It was half full. My pot noodle was half full when I opened it up. It was like, there's supposed to be like a little gap between the noodles and the line that you're supposed to add water to, but that took up like the majority of the pot. Also, it's still hard. I think I didn't leave the water in long enough. When I saw the spotless hammer, I got sus. What's suspicious about it to you? It is suspicious. Nope. Oh, I can do this? I can skip between. Oh my god, I can skip between pages, guys. Oh my god, this is gonna make gift giving so much easier. Could a hammer be a murder weapon? Of course. I mean, they went up in size, right? So the little one that Celeste had been attacked with was tiny, but the one we found with Taka and Hifumi's bodies were fucking huge. So, I mean, Celeste did have a lot of marks on her when she was attacked. But it had knocked her unconscious, but it didn't kill her. And then Hifumi was hit with a slightly bigger one, which gave him probably permanent brain damage. He was covered in blood. Then he got attacked by an even bigger one, which killed him. And then Taka was hit with the number 4, which was the biggest one that we found. And then we found this one, which was wet, and put back on the shelf with all the other mallets. What are they? So we can't look at the other mallets. Weirdly enough, the Justice Hammers aren't evidence, which is weird. But for a big hammer, you'd only need one bop and they'd be dead. I wanted to talk a little bit about the really weird localizations in this game. The translation isn't perfect. And it's kind of a little bit different from the English version. The music is great, you're right. It's worth listening to. But some of the translations in this game, I'm not sure about the others, but in this game, there's a couple of weird things that get translated. I've already discussed one of them, with the whole DID being translated as a fucking slur thing. But there's some weird translations going on. I wanted to talk about the one with what the ultimates get translated as in this game, and why I think that, personally, they're like fine. And also I wanted to discuss Genocide Jack's translations. Her name, that is. But I don't think now is really the appropriate time, so I'm just gonna get on with the trial. Raise your right hand.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one,
I've already done this.
then
I know.
I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with,
We already know who did it.
Easy.
was
Easy.
that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
Her voice is easily the best one. I'm a fan. It's fantastic.
Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
It's probably my favorite dub voice.
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Hold on, coming from you.
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, poor Hiro. He's so stressed. Is Hiro really the killer? Or... Before anything else, we have to make that clear. Yeah, super compelling. I mean, who else could it be, right? Celeste. Oh god, not this again. So let's see what they're trying to say first. I don't like just shooting them without, seeing what they have to say.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
Kuma's fucking
I
laughing
don't
at
know
me.
anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No. Just hold on a second.
Compelling evidence that Hiro is the killer. Is that really true? No, I'm not sure what
Everything
though.
we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that
Oh
you
shit,
are
how do I
the
play this
culprit.
again? That's the one,
I
gotcha.
don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
I forget how to play.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No. Just hold on a second.
It's fine.
Everything we found in your room.
Maybe it's the
The
blueprints?
blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough.
Ah, fuck. I don't know what it is. Your meaningless words tire me. Please stop wasting my time. Fuck. Oh no, they think I'm stupid.
Everything we found in your room.
Yuna's whipped cream hair turned angry with her mood.
The blueprints,
They have very
the
expressive
suit
hair.
parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything
The
about
message?
that stuff.
Wait, what's the... hang on. Maybe I should just look at this shit before making any... I've noticed, I've seen pictures of, like, some of the other protagonists. You know that weird little, like, stick that they will have in their hair? When they get stressed out, it goes all, like, wavy. And when they're happy, it sticks straight up. It's funny. I don't know why. It's like, dog ears. Very expressive. Something like that. Listen. It was found in his room, that's true. No, but yes, the hero could have fit into the costume. In addition, anyone wearing it would not be able to see their feet or bend at the waist more than 90 degrees. So the one... Which one is it? I can't remember. I forget. No.
It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
I don't know. Leave me alone.
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No, just hold on a second.
I think it might be the message.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof.
Oh, okay.
No,
Sure, I guess. I don't know. Fuck me, man.
Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this.
She's like, how dare you question me, peasant?
It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego
It could be
disappeared.
planted. It absolutely could. You're right.
The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. I'm
When
dumb.
you compare it to the blueprints,
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
I would be fucked because my handwriting changes with literally every sentence. So, I would be completely fucked. I don't have distinctive handwriting. It's either the neatest shit you've ever seen, chicken scratch, anywhere in between, it doesn't matter. So,
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on. I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
my handwriting is whack, it's the same.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
And you know I've always been right so far, so, you know, you should believe me.
And he's not the only one. I think Hero's innocent as well.
Alright, you kiss ass, shut up. It's like, well, whoa, Byakuya actually agrees with me on
Then who
something.
was in that Robo-Justice suit?
Hero was,
Is it like
obviously.
Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
Thank you, Byakuya lord.
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Oh, here we go. Here it begins. And of course, he passes it off to me, because he doesn't actually know.
Who was in the Robo-Justice
He's just
suit?
fucking peacocking. Or whatever. It was Hero. Obviously.
I got it! Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
Can you be, like, not cryptic for 5 seconds?
That doesn't make any sense. You've just said Hero didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
It's pretty obvious what he's saying.
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What?
Now that's a bold assumption.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that,
He would never make baseless claims.
there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
He is the boss.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
They are.
Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
Fuck you! Yeah, second longest after Taka's. Dolly. This thing. I got it! I'm smart. There's still one more thing. The things that we used to move Taka's body must have been the tarp.
I got it! They
You
were
hold ass
a
on that tarp.
dolly and a tarp, right?
Fuck you. What's with the attitude?
So
He's so
let's see
tsundere.
if I can explain.
He's so mean, but not mean.
Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room.
Hang on a minute, what
and
did he do
then
that?
we rediscovered it in the repository.
Why? Why would you do this to me?
And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
He's such an edgy anime boy.
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Sorry, my mind was in another place. I wasn't actually listening to anything he just said. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Well,
same thing.
Makes it easy to move. Have you ever tried carrying something heavy?
Was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there.
We have dollies at college, that we put like, because we have like 25-pound bags of like substrate and feed and stuff like that, and we just load it all onto the like a wheelie, and we just move it around, and it's way easier and way less back-breaking and muscle tearing than to just carry it one by one. It's so much easier.
But when
moving
the
it would
body
mean blood stains,
disappeared,
Prince. You're right.
So did the doll.
Yeah, he'd be dripping blood everywhere.
Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the doll.
In other words, you think they use the dolly to move the body, am I right?
Fingerprints wouldn't really mean much because they don't have a method of actually analysing prints in the school, so...
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Hmm?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
Why don't you respond, Dick?
There is no shame in being wrong, and nobody expects much from you anyway.
Yeah, she is. It's just, it's a matter of Twitch being weird. It says that you're offline too, I would believe. Yeah, it always says that. Unless you're live, I think it says that you're offline. Even if you're, like, active and watching.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
That's really harsh, but she's not wrong. The amount of times that he's just sort of staggered around and asked various obvious questions, she really isn't wrong. I don't think Makoto does know what's going on around him at any given time. Wow. I never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. But maybe I can change her mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository, it's because it had blood marks on the wheels. And it had there's tire track marks in the bloodstain in the repository, not in the repository, the equipment room. And the dolly has blood on its wheel. Oh god, not a new element. Anything but that. I hate when new things happen in this game. Starting with the next bullet time battle. Oh, it's a bullet time battle? Oh, balls. Oh no, I forgot. You have to oh god, no. No! I hate bullet time battles. They're worse than the Hangman's Gambit. God, Celeste. Being so...
You have it wrong! I cannot agree! You are a fool! So pathetic!
Oh yeah.
Lies will get you nowhere! Do your worst! You miserable wretch!
Oh god, it's so fucking difficult.
You are a fool! Do your worst! You have it wrong! I cannot agree! You are a fool!
I know.
So pathetic! Lies will get you nowhere!
Ah shit, I'm bad at this.
Will get you nowhere!
Oh god, why would you do that to me? It's way too early for this.
Wretch. I cannot agree!
Come on.
You are a fool!
Okay, fuck me. Jesus Christ. It's so stressful.
I cannot agree!
Yes, I am sure. God, she's being so suspicious. Like all of the other bullet time battles in the first...
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here.
In the first and second chapters, the bullet time battle happened right at the end, when we finally discovered the culprit. And at first it was Leon, who was like super adamant that it wasn't him. And then it was Taka, who was super adamant that it wasn't Mondo. But here, the bullet time battle happens... What? Because Celeste is critiquing your method? Because Celeste is I suppose, doubting whether or not you were correct about where the dolly was. That could have easily been solved with just another, what is it called? I can't remember. What's it called when you have to fire the truth bullet at their words? The non-stop debate. Yeah. It could have just been solved with another non-stop debate. Why did we have to bullet time battle her? She literally just gave herself away.
When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
What an early bullet time battle. I can't get over how obvious it has just become. Does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Alright, man.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then... what kind of robot is it?
Not a robot.
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be
Celeste
the killer.
hates him. She does now, yeah.
If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
On the dolly, yes, I know. If I look at how the body was moved, it'll become clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that? The suit couldn't bend over. Yeah, the costume. I think it must be.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
They couldn't. They couldn't.
No, it's wrong.
No, that's wrong. I love it when he says that. It's my favorite.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Yeah. You tried the suit on. You were the one that brought it up. You were the one that was like, oh, you can't bend over in this thing.
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out
Literally,
the
you
suit
said it.
together. Remember?
I love that scene. It's fantastic, actually. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention... Sorry, coughing fit. Ugh. I totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight. Ugh.
When you're
Help.
in that
Send
suit,
help.
not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist.
You could have just kicked the dolly.
Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
You should apologize to Hira. I'm just saying.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
Yeah. I guess the time it would take to push it and kick it along. I mean, think about it. It took very little time for us to get from one room to another or one floor to another. So, the time it would take to push the thing with your feet and shimmy along or kick it, one, it would probably be too heavy with a corpse on it, but also, it would take too much time. Somebody would see him.
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Not the argument I would have used personally, but
It'd
you
be
know.
totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
Who asked your ass?
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
That's a good point, actually.
Well, taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
Doing weird dance moves to this music. Yeah, I vibed to it as well, don't worry. There's absolutely no chance that the costume was taken off to move the body because you can't take it off by yourself.
I got it!
Hero wasn't strong enough.
I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Well, Jack wouldn't remember that because she wasn't there when this was happening. Why would you make something you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. Dinosaur?
That's true.
Look at that cute little
It
dude.
seems impossible to put the suit on or
I
take
know
it
that.
off without help.
It's cute.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
No. Oh my god.
Of course I wasn't making it up.
Why would you accuse him of this?
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the
This is like
dolly?
the 4th time she's said this.
To be clear,
She's still doubting.
whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
Yep, that's what we've been establishing for the past 15 minutes.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please.
Ugh.
Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
God, I hate you.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice?
I'm gonna pull a Celeste here and ask her. Are you absolutely sure he's being dragged away in this picture? Are you sure? Because Hifumi's not around to make the claim himself. All we have is her word that that's what was happening. That's the context of the picture, according to her. And no one else can really refute it because, you know, fucking no one else was there. So she could easily say fucking anything's happening in this picture, and we'd have no choice but to believe her. Because she's the only context we have for this image.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that?
I explain, you're lying.
Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So
What do you mean
long
you
as
decided
those
to call
facts
him that?
exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hero, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second.
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion.
Thank you, Kyoko, voice of reason. Jesus Christ.
Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
Thank God there's somebody intelligent here.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint,
I'm sorry
the
guys,
truth
but
is
Jesus
uncovered
Christ.
by analyzing things from every angle.
We all need a Kyoko in our lives.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
Nice reference, Kyoko.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this
Oh, you've
morning.
explained this.
4 of us gathered
You
together in
explained
the
this.
dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
This all could have been solved if they had just decided to get off their asses instead of waiting around for over an hour.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
Kyoko's thinking really hard right now.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
When I first played this trial, I was pretty convinced Hifumi was still alive at this point in time. And that eventually he would get dragged into... that we would realise this. And he would get dragged into the class trial room by Monokuma. We would all have like we did in Chapter 2's trial, where we all had a bit of an intermission to go and check some other stuff out. Of course, that was wrong, but, you know. What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that...
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Oh. Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I've been through this, it must be like 3 times now. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. So, what would have made more sense here, and what would have been smarter of her to do, in my opinion, is if they had all been searching the 2nd floor, and Celeste said she saw him going up the stairs, and then she chased him up the stairs into the 3rd floor, and didn't know where he was. And then she called out to everyone to get them up to the 3rd floor, and then they all spread out looking for him. It would have made more sense, because in that, when they didn't find him up there, it could have just been, oh well, he retreated into a different room, and while we were all looking elsewhere, he slipped out and snuck back downstairs. That would have made more sense, because then, what she's saying right now is, I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. That implies that she's seen him, and knows that he's there. So, it would have made more sense if he had just been hiding out, and they had all gone further down the 3rd floor to look for him. It just doesn't make sense, because he can only be at the other end of the hallway. It would be a dead end. They would find him, but they didn't. They never found him. He could have slipped out while they were all looking, but, like, we know where he is because she just said he's headed down further into the hallway. If she had gone up there after seeing him, and he had she knew that he was on the 3rd floor but didn't see him go down to the hallway, he could have been in any room, which would have offered the opportunity for him to escape. But because she's just said, we know where he is, and so when we go there and he isn't there, we know that she must have been lying. Wild goth chase. Damn goth Lolita. These goddamn Europhiles. Love that dancing dino. I've been occasionally glancing down while the characters are talking and just staring at the vibe. It's so cute. Nope. Oh yeah, Hifumi, what's that? Oh, it was Hifumi. Oh no.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups.
Hate this game.
Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office.
I kind of find it funny in hindsight how this chapter had made me so irrationally angry that I stopped playing the game altogether. Like, that's kind of funny, right?
While Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi. Dead.
Yes, so dead, dude. He's so dead right now. Nobody checks his pulse or nothing.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Why has nobody checked any pulses? Like, since Junko died, when she was impaled by a bajillion spears and would obviously be dead by that, Makoto checked her pulse. But somebody got bonked on the head and passes out on the floor, which is exactly what happened to Celeste, and she survived. Nobody thinks to check Hifumi's pulse and see if he's still alive. We're just like, oh, he's clearly dead. Just leave him there. Sure.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time. Because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
Wait.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into
found us.
Celeste,
Yeah.
who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Vibing dinosaur.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
Oh, why did they do that? It was just... Oh, God. It's so out of character for... Particularly for Sakura. This fucking trial is such a mess. Particularly for Sakura, is that it's such a... Like, why would she forget Toko? She's passed out! She was with Toko the whole time. And they must have noticed and paid attention, both of them, to the fact that Toko had passed out. And they tried to wake her up. Byakuya says that they tried to wake her up. And obviously, he didn't mention that she was there because he fucking despises her. But Sakura should have noticed and, like, not left her alone? Why? Why would you do this? Not something Sakura would ever do. And then she says, oh, I totally forgot we left Toko alone. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. She's better than this. They're all better than what is happening right now. And I know that. Which is why it's aggravating me so much. Like, oh, come on. Why would you forget? How would you forget? I'm sorry, I wouldn't just conveniently rush out of the room and be like, oh, I completely forgot. An entire whole-ass woman passed out on the floor. Sakura would have stayed with her. Either that, or they would have, like, Sakura's huge. She could pick up Toko. Toko weighs like nothing. She weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet. Come on. She could pick her up and take her to the nurse's office where she'd be much more comfortable having passed out and everything, instead of lying on the concrete. But no, we'll just conveniently forget about her. And the only reason they forgot about her is to give them a reason to go back and see that Taka's body had disappeared. They would have done it eventually, but it was just to get the story moving. Be like, oh no, we need to go and make sure Toko's okay. Oh, Taka's missing. Oh no, what happened? His body's gone, just like Hifumi's. End me. The body announcement tricked them? I'm sure did. Yeah. You right. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? Another reason I don't really like this trial is,
when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing.
This trial, I think, is worst when it comes to the sheer amount of flashbacks. Like, I did the investigation. I remember the information. Okay? I remember. No other game would hold your hand like this when it came to this shit. If I like, quit the game after investigating and before the trial, then it makes sense that I would forget some stuff. But you literally can analyze all your truth bullets and see all your evidence. Like, I don't need you to go and flashback and tell me shit that just happened. I remember, okay? Trust that I can pay attention to facts that are happening in this mystery game.
Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies.
Like, I don't mind it happening sometimes, just to make sure that you were paying attention, but, like, that must be like 4 or 5 times you see the exact same flashback.
And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository.
Oh, it was Celeste that found the bodies, eh?
Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
Whatever.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
Yeah, I wonder how the writers managed to keep up with their
It
own
certainly
bullshit
seems
story.
to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them, no matter what. Danganronpa loves flashbacks. Game Grumps commented on it a lot when they played it. It's aggravating. Like, it's not a huge issue, but it's just... Particularly with this trial, I don't think any of the other trials that I did, except maybe the 5th one, because there was so much going on with that one, had nearly as many flashbacks as this one does. It's dumb. I remember. I played the game. Alright, come on, Mino.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi.
Oh, the wristwatch.
Perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka
Yeah?
came last.
No. Mm-mm.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammer.
Oh, you bastard.
It's
Son
true
of a
that
bitch.
Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
I quite appreciate the flashbacks with my memory shit. Like I said, I don't mind the flashbacks, and they've happened before in chapters 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure. And in the next chapters. But, like, why so many? I've seen these in this one. Like that whole, that flashback with Celeste saying, oh, Hifumi disappeared, or that one where she, calls out that she saw Robo Justice moving on floor 3, or the one when they discover Taka had disappeared as well. That must be like the 4th time we've seen that. Just have one flashback to remind you, and it should only happen during the trials as well, to remind you, because you can't go back and check. It's just, like, I don't mind once or twice, you know, just to jog your memory, but I don't need to see the same flashback 3 times in a single hour.
This hammer.
Shit, really? Sorry, Hina. My bad. Ow.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in.
Shit. That's not good.
Shoot!
No, wait, don't die. Makoto, don't die, please.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
I wonder if I have to do, like, the absorption
What makes you
thing.
say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
This one, maybe?
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while
Hifumi died
Taka's
in
death
Hina, so she
came from a
should-
swing of
Right,
Justice Hammer
exactly.
See? So it's
I
obvious
forgot about that.
Taka came after.
Yeah, actually, that's the thing. That's the thing that really pissed me off when I first played this, is that Hifumi was alive the whole time. He woke up after he supposedly died, so he literally was alive. Was Kyoko there when that happened? No. We found her way after. Do I still have this? Yeah, I do. Okay.
Regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
Obviously before.
We
Obvious.
already know what order they were killed in.
Right, okay.
No,
okay.
that's wrong.
He was alive the whole time!
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers.
Oh my god, I forgot completely about how dumb that was. It slipped my mind entirely. Holy shit.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
Got a headache.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
No, stuff your proof, douchebag. Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. I feel like there was something. It's the, wristwatch. Oh, I hate these. Yeah, wristwatch. God, this is so stupid. What is the point in the Hangman's Gambit? Like, actually. What a long one compared to the slow that was in the last one. That's a 5-letter word compared to a fucking 25-letter word. No, really?
See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
Opportunity for gameplay? I feel like they could have innovated a little bit.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
Yeah, but, like the bullet time battle is obviously the worst part of these gameplay mechanics, but like, I feel like the Hangman's Gambit is a little bit lackluster. Click on words, click on letters until you get the right word. Much fun. Hey you, how long were you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his before. See, like another one of these. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
You already said that.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
We know this.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us.
Shut up, Makoto.
We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's what they want you to think.
Why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
I have a question. If 2 people were to kill 2 other people at the same time, would only one of them become blackened? Oh, my audio cut out. So, say, I don't know, Sakura killed Kyoko, and then, I don't know, Byakuya killed Toko, right around the same time. Either at the exact same time, or one before the other. Would they both be blackened? If two different people killed 2 separate victims, what happened there? Can only one person become blackened, and if a different person tried to kill someone, they would get punished? For trying to take over or whatever? What happened there?
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Not quite, I wouldn't say that. If I'm right. Literally this again. Come on. I think there'd be 2 separate trials. Oh, you're probably right. But then... it would have to be whoever was killed first, though, right? Because if they got it wrong... and, like, whoever's trial came first, if they got it wrong, then that Blacken would graduate, but then the other Blacken would die. Which means that whoever they killed would be pointless. The whole crime would be completely pointless because they would simply get executed. Game from downstairs. Hifumi! Nah, he's dying.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office.
I think maybe Game probably just didn't think about that, considering it never comes up and it's not relevant, so they probably just didn't consider it. Which is fair. It's not huge, it's not a deal at all.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Yep, sure are.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
Just stay quiet, Hiro. I mean, it's not a terrible idea,
if
but...
that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Oh.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream.
It would have made things interesting. It really would have, actually. I think that would have been a cool idea. Also, Hiro and Hina are siblings. I'm just saying. They do act just like siblings, though. Bickering constantly. I love them.
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office...
I sound like Byakuya. No, you can never be as cunty as Byakuya.
Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
No one's suspecting her, even though we had an entire ass bullet time battle. Why did we have that? All it did was serve to make her so suspicious.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies.
Yeah, she was still passed out when we found that Taka had disappeared, so...
On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
Hang on, I must consult my wife.
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said...
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
His body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
Here we go.
If the dead body were to move itself.
Revelation music. Huh?
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is, we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
Zoinks! Oh, gee, Scoop.
Alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
No.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
Well, none of you thought to fucking check, did you?
That it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? Yeah, it sure is. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Of course he was still alive. He woke up! Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. He literally woke up.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
Move. Out of my way, peasants.
It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And
How the
you
fuck
know
would
that
you know?
how?
Yeah.
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Hang on. What's this? They weren't gone from... Okay, this is when they left. That's what she said.
And that is
Ah,
why
shit,
the
I missed it.
announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Yeah, oh, I can use that. But the body discovery announcement was only made once. That much I'm sure of. What? No, it wasn't. No, it was made later when we found Hifumi again. You stupid dingus. That was obviously for Hifumi's body. The first one was when Byakuya... Because it happens when 3 people discover a corpse. So what happened was... How did they know that it would be timed so perfectly? Because me, Hina, and Celeste found Hifumi, and Byakuya, Toko, and Sakura found Taka at the exact same time for the thing to trigger. How would they have accounted for that? Huh? It doesn't make sense.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
How did they plan that?
And you know that
I don't know. Because
Surely
writing.
the body discovery announcement, along with the rest of us, Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Fuck off, Celeste. I love the force of the impact of the truth bullet with the quote.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really
It's such fuck off
intended for
energy.
Hifumi?
I love it. I love saying. I just like saying fuck off when I hit it.
Of course it was.
Like, shut the hell up, man.
announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
You think so?
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
Well, let's ask him, shall we?
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, it did answer the question.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Because we heard it again later.
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement. The first time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment room. And the second time was when both bodies were rediscovered.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the 2 dead bodies were rediscovered,
I actually forgot about this.
Actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
How about the fact that he woke up? How about that?
I know!
Keep quiet.
He was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
Shut up, Jack.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
Shut up, you. There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. His glasses. His glasses. They were clean. Somebody cleaned them. He cleaned them with his little anime girl, cleaning thingy. Wipe.
Well, here's one thing we do know.
No other character,
The first
except for
time
one
we
of
found
those who wears
Hifumi's body
glasses,
was in the nurse's office.
would have something like that, a glasses cleaner.
And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
Yep, that's
And
true,
the
it did.
next time we saw his body, it was in the
I have to say
repository.
that to make sure that I don't accidentally
But
hit
when
the
you compare
wrong
his body before being moved and his body
contradiction.
after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
Wrong.
No, it's wrong.
No, that's wrong. Hey, I just got an achievement. The color of television.
In fact, there was one clear difference
Sweet.
between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository.
For destroying all of the white noise.
His glasses.
This is the most crazy trial yet. It's nuts.
That
It's
fact alone
ridiculous.
proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
Go on. Yeah, tell him,
When we
Makoto.
found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless.
The pudgy princess, yeah. I wonder if he likes her because she looks like
I
him.
found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The evidence I found in the trash can, it was the little, yeah, the cleaning cloth.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
How did she remember that?
I highly
That's
doubt
fantastic.
anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
He's so defensive immediately. He's like, I hate this, I don't want anything to do with it.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Ew.
Then there's no question.
Don't talk about
It
tissues, I don't
belonged
like
to
it.
Hifumi.
Also, you shouldn't use
So what
tissue.
you're saying is...
You should use a microfiber cloth. The way Makoto pronounces cloth, yeah. You shouldn't use tissues, because they have it's microscopic, but he wouldn't be caught dead. No, yeah, he wouldn't be caught dead actually. But yeah, tissues have little microscopic, like, sharp edges to them, which can scratch glasses. When it comes to something like glasses, if they're prescription and you need them to see, you don't want any marks or scratches on them if you can possibly help it. So you should use a glasses cleaning cloth, which is microfibrous, and thus won't, it's so soft down to the atom that it won't scratch your glasses. She shouldn't be using tissues. She should have a little cloth. But anyway, maybe one without an anime girl on it.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses
Sorry.
cleaning cloth.
Little tangent there, but I just have an issue with that. Take care of your glasses.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
Why would anyone do that?
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Exactly, why would anyone do
That's
that?
a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
Yes,
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet.
yep.
And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse, becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
We're all fat shaming this man. We've been fat shaming him from the beginning, to be honest, and I don't really like it. It's not his fault. Also, don't you think it's a bit convenient that Hifumi was alive and then Celeste and Hina both leave his body alone in the nurse's office to go to the bathroom, which was Celeste's idea, because she was the one who said, oh, Hina was looking worse, so I suggested we take her to the bathroom. And then when we came back, Hifumi's body had mysteriously disappeared. Isn't it convenient that she was the one who had decided to leave the whole... to decide to leave the nurse's office and leave him alone in there? Well, a minute was all it would have taken for him to get up and leave. So, and that's exactly how long they left it.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead,
Why?
what was with all that blood? Was it...
Oh, what? Yeah, no, right? This is actually kind of a cool part, I'll be honest.
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
Probably.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that
Her voice
point,
is great
the
as well.
disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained.
They just said to her, like, the voice director just said, okay, just be nuts, and the voice actress was like, way ahead of you.
It should be
I like that.
perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
The one who moved Taka's body was Hifumi.
It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Well, after the body...
I keep forgetting she wasn't
we
there.
all went looking for them, right?
She's probably the least informed out of all of these characters, considering she was passed out for most of
So
it.
me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And also not engaging with anyone else.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means, when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
Not the murderers, just murder.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
The papers, right?
There's more?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed.
Can I just say, I really love her... It's not even, like, cocky or anything like that. It's completely confident and self-assured, but not narcissistic. That little smirk that she's got there, it's like she knows how good she is, and I really, really like that. I love this sprite, just for that reason.
You know what I'm talking
It's
about,
not arrogance.
right, Makoto?
It's just
The
confidence.
item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Completely different from Byakuya, who is just arrogance personified. The only time she smiled is to be like an asshole. The thing Hifumi stole from Taka, could it be? Just a little note that he had. I love her smirk. It's wonderful. It's one of my
You're
favorite
talking
sprites.
about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Like, a lot of the sprites are fairly generic, but there's a couple from various different characters that I just fucking love. I think you can look at them. I know in the Switch version you can look at the different sprites, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not sure if you can in this version. They are a bit different. Because this is the original version of the game. I think it's just a port of the Vita version. Whereas the Switch version is a whole new edition of the game.
Hidden note?
But I'm pretty sure you can look at the sprites.
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
Ew.
What? In his... pants?
Yeah, easy.
Yes, his pants.
Yes, his pants. Can we move on?
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note
His
says.
face. I love him. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
Ah, that's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
No, it's not. A hole.
Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
No, clearly.
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Hifumi's pants. Yeah. It was Taka.
I got it!
He consulted his own
That's
pants.
right! Taka!
Yeah.
The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
Hush.
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy! Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right? Oh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary. But still, I can't let her get to me. No, she's got a point. Obviously, she has no idea what's going on in this trial, but she does have a point.
Huffy had the note, right?
Yeah, sure.
Then the person it was intended for...
Okay, none of these are relevant
must have been Huffy!
at all.
But remember what the note said.
Oh, sorry, Kyoko, I didn't mean
What
to.
time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, I don't actually know. The time mentioned in the note. I feel like that's the key. Oh, maybe it's the wristwatch, actually.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
Maybe? I don't know. I think so.
Remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
I'll try it. If it's not, it's what Kyoko's
The time
saying.
doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, okay, it was that. Okay, fine. Good stuff.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
No! You're wrong!
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. You've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Yeah.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
And also the fact that he has a piece of paper.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me.
Yeah.
The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
What a bastard.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. He
Stop
fully
thinking about
stole
that,
it off
Jack,
Taka's
please.
corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Yeah.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
You know I have it. Proof that Hifumi stole the note from Taka. It's Taka's little scrap that he's got. Perfectly fits the note, which
When I
has a piece
searched
torn off
Taka's
of it.
body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper.
I don't really have a huge issue with the way this part is written. This makes perfect sense to me.
If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
They could have done that before the trial.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup. They're from the same piece of paper.
I mean, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense considering it fits in. It's like just a puzzle piece that fits in with the rest of the chapter's trial, which is all pretty terribly written. So just because this part is okay, it still has to fit in with the rest of the trial, which isn't okay.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note.
Ew. There's spilt noodles everywhere. Gross. Slimy.
There's only one way to explain it.
That proves they brought some wait. God damn it. I can't keep thinking about it. It doesn't make any sense. You're right, they do have some physical evidence. But, so, was that guy who was, that image, you remember that image you sent me of the Redditor who was like, Makoto slings Sayaka's corpse in front of everyone and is like, look, her wrist is broken. Was he not joking? Was that real? Was that actually what happens? Did they just cart the corpses around and be like, look, you can clearly see. Do they actually just have all of the evidence just in front of them? So yeah, it is physical evidence. I mean, the note makes sense because it's only small, but like, I can't keep thinking about it. It's gonna break my brain trying to logic my way out of this.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
You sure did.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
No. No, he wasn't. You fucking idiot, Makoto.
The second body discovery announcement proves that.
No, it doesn't. Fuck off.
So then, who killed
Why aren't you
Hifumi?
saying anything? He woke up in your arms. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself.
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
I think that they have corpses with them, just little pieces of evidence. But they can't bring, if they can't bring all of it, why bring some of it? Like, they couldn't have brought, the sword from Sayaka's trial, Sayaka and Leon's, because all the gold would have come off of it by the time they got down to the classroom. Or courtroom, should I say. They need to have the evidence on them. I hate it. Ah, but this whole thing is stupid. Hifumi was not dead. I was screaming at my Nintendo Switch when I was playing this the first time because I was like, no, he literally... Makoto's proof to refute what Hiro just said about him still being alive doesn't make sense. Because he literally wakes up. In fact, they use him waking up as evidence later in the trial. It's so... Hifumi's like a silent witness.
He was killed in the repository. So he
Angers me.
must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
Oh, choke.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Easy, Jack.
Who are you calling a walrus?
Stop being mean,
Anyway,
Hina.
when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file,
Oh, no, he does have a point, actually.
the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it.
Not necessarily.
But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Don't be mean, Byakuya.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either.
Hey Kate, remember what you were saying about that suspiciously clean mallet earlier?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Wasn't it number 1?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
No. Because it
Then...
didn't kill anyone, supposedly.
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
Yes, thank you.
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
I mean, the repository literally has like a billion hammers lined up on a wall right in the front of the room as soon as you enter. Like, come on. The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow, I have to find the truth. Oh, no, not this again. Don't do this to me. I actually really like this part of the game. This mechanic is fun as fuck. It's my favourite one.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
No.
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance!
Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Jack. Uh-oh. Hey, don't do that. Don't stab my adorable... You think I'm cute?
Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
Ah, there we go. That's the one. No, that's wrong.
The murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all.
Jack is such a mood.
It was something completely
Jack's just
different.
having fun with this entire game. Doesn't give a shit at all.
But
It's great.
seriously? A different weapon?
Best character.
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi.
See, that whole sequence was one of the reasons why I think Jack is the funniest character in this game.
Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean. And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
Could they not have just painted them? Like, not as a basis for their design. Look at the hammers on the wall. There are loads literally missing, of varying sizes. They didn't make Justice Hammers, they just painted the ones that were on the wall.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him.
You haven't made any accusations since we proved Hiro innocent. You've just been saying... You've just been naysaying anything anyone else has said. You've made no contributions to this trial at all of your own.
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
She's sounding kind of annoyed now. We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but... Okay. Okay, I don't think many of these are going to be relevant again. I'm probably going to have to grab one.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
Oh no, maybe that was wrong, actually.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Spotless hammer. Indeed. The possibility of accomplice really that insane? No.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive, assuming the rule holds true.
Bang, bitch.
No, it's wrong.
Shut the fuck up.
Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If
What do you
there'd
mean, what do I
only
mean?
been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka.
It's a bit like what I was saying earlier about if two people killed two separate victims.
They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look.
Nice.
A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan.
You forgot this part? There's a lot of little parts that you seem to have been, that seem to have slipped your mind a little.
And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice.
Yeah, they took over the role of Blackened.
Which, if true, means that
Which
the
isn't quite what I
training
was saying
Hifumi
earlier,
was
but
part
yeah.
of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Alright, stop simping. It's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved. But then, who
Yeah.
was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
It's almost like it's her special talent or something to be good at this sort of shit.
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case is unfolded, When you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Make your choice. Yes. You bitch. You bitch.
Here's my answer.
It was you.
It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
Now? You've been suspicious since I first saw you in the rec room.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
Oh shit.
A joke? I wonder.
We're gonna dogpile Celeste. Jump on her.
So what you are saying then is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit of brains, that lazy, worthless goddamn idiot! Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
I knew there was a lot of focus on her. Right? She's been weird and suspicious since the beginning. The thing that proved her extreme suspicion was the bullet time battle. Really, I think so. Because why would she make herself so defensive to the point where you would have to do that with her? Right at the start of the entire trial. It happened like an hour ago.
It is. Throughout the
And we've been
investigation,
through all
there was
this.
certain behavior that was common only to the two of you.
Right?
Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
He's getting excited, you can tell. What is it that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Encountering a suspicious individual?
I got it!
Yeah.
The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit.
The screaming wasn't entirely wrong. Like, they were screaming a lot.
The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
How fucking dead. I'm gonna beat your ass.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi
What a massive
ever laid
asshole.
eyes on the
Fuck you,
costumed
man.
individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
Sure was.
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct?
Celeste's so angry and frustrated that Hifumi did a bad job of her plan. Yeah, he basically... If she had just decided to work with somebody with half a brain cell more, it probably would have worked out in her favor, but she just decided to work with Hifumi instead. I mean, it says a lot about her intelligence, but, like, come on. Is that why she keeps losing her composure? Yeah. She's blaming... In her mind, she's blaming him for fucking it all up.
And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around the top of the stairs. Yeah, no one else saw that,
We
though.
headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen.
Jeez, Bjorkia. Yeah, he's figured it out for the first time. Instead of deflecting to me, he's actually figured something out, and he really wants to be the smart guy. He really wants everyone to think he's super smart. So he's like, shut up, Makoto, I want to talk now.
Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
Look at her face, dude.
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
She's usually so calm, but not now. No, she's losing her established composure.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him. The strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Yep. What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi's in the nurse's office. We gotta go back.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
Would it have taken the same amount of time to climb all the way down the stairs down to the first floor as it would to walk to the physics lab? Would it have taken that exact same amount of time? That doesn't seem right to me.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
She was also the one who proposed that she take Hina to the bathroom. giving Hifumi enough time to get up and leave. Then why don't we split into 2 groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well. Then Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on.
What a strange noise.
That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing.
We're all dogpiling on her.
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered.
Yeah, there was another weird thing that she said as well.
You wanted
But
to make
I
sure
think
we
they'll bring
wouldn't
that up in a
have
minute.
any doubt in our minds.
So I'm not going to say what it is.
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it.
He's figured you out.
You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but...
Was he there when she said
I can
that?
say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
I don't remember if he was. He must have been then if he knew.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die. Just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
She made a slip-up just like how Mondo made a slip-up in the last trial.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
This is a well-written part as well.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
He's really enjoying fucking her over. He's loving this. I always think with these kinds of games, suspect anyone who makes suggestions on where people should go, what they should do, or tries to lead the group in general. Yeah, they're trying to take control of the situation so that things go the way they want, and to try and draw suspicion away from them, which in turn just draws suspicion to them. You should just be quiet, and not open your mouth, lest you say something incriminating. Yes, so you'll be safe, yay, he's gonna be okay. God bless Hero. Byakuya said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. But what is he alluding to? He's having just as much fun fucking Celeste over as he did outing Toko's mental illness.
All I said was...
I don't think it's any of these, is it?
Enjoying this.
No. I gotta grab something, I think.
Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They
No.
must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And
Nice
that's
acting.
all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
This, maybe? Well, Celeste said what she did. She shouldn't have known yet. With that in mind, what's so strange about what she said is... Yeah, she said those guys, as if, like, there was more than one.
They must really be
Even though she shouldn't have known at that point that Taka was dead.
enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die. Just
Bang! Bitch.
no, it's wrong.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Oh, you fucked up. You should have kept your mouth shut.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste?
Yes, Celeste, tell us.
How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations.
He's like, the fuck did you just say to me?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw.
Her face, she's like, I fucked up. She did fuck up.
And what about the
And she
picture
knows
I
it too. She knows she's fucked now. Like, we've all sussed her out. Fuck your picture, woman, I don't care.
How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It was posed, obviously. You and him were working together, we've established this now.
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Wait, wasn't it you that said the camera didn't have a timer?
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one
Yeah, and
who
that.
could have possibly fit into that suit.
It doesn't necessarily mean that anything was wrong, though.
Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
He's not being dragged away, though.
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
It's just Robo Justice leaning on him.
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
Exactly.
What would you possibly
We don't know
mean
the
by that?
context. She was the only one there.
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
It wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. The only other possibility is... Hifumi and the suspect had been drinking?
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
Ah, got ya.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing. utterly impossible.
Why is that?
Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Oh, she's such a fucking... She's such a bitch. Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Impossible. But is that really possible? What is this music? I've never heard this before. I can't wait till we get to the bit that fully proves that it was definitely her. It's such a good moment.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
How dare you? Hero
Like I
deserves better than
said,
this.
Ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit
Why is all
was
the white noise
unconscious,
down here now?
there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all.
No.
No way!
He would never do this. Look at him. He's too dumb. That's not right. There's definitely a contradiction in what Celeste's trying to claim.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright.
I don't know why the white noise
If
is
the
down there.
person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could...
No,
Bang.
it's wrong.
No, that's wrong. He absolutely could have. We've already established that the suit can't bend over.
No.
Stupid ass.
Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
We've established this. We've done this already. You totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right. They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
That's such a good sprite. That's a good sprite. All of Celeste's sprites are awesome, actually.
Celeste and Hifumi
Every
took
single
the
one.
suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it.
She's got one of my favorite designs in the whole game.
That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot. What do you mean, checkmate?
Uh-oh.
Celeste?
Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Hey, Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro. Love her angry
When
faces.
we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not?
Her fucking voice! It's amazing. So well acted. They do the faux European accent, like clearly trying too hard and also not doing it right. But the super American accent that she's got, it's fantastic as well. She has such a good range. It's amazing.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
What is that voice? It's great.
Yasuhiro Hakakure!
Right, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
This part is interesting.
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
I wouldn't say that if I were you.
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
He said people's last names. This is easily the best written part of the whole trial, in my opinion.
That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental, by chance.
Mr.
He just-
Naegi.
His first name.
Eggy boy.
Indecent?
No.
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal.
Sorry, that cracked me up.
But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to,
Sorry, their interactions are adorable and hilarious.
and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
It shocks me every time the way she's behaving right now.
Okay, then fill us in.
I couldn't
What's your
believe what I
real
was
name?
hearing the first time. I was stunned. I like had my switch away from my face. I was like, Jesus Christ, don't come out the screen and hurt me.
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
I'm mad about it, bitch. She probably will at this rate. Celeste still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it. The handbook! It will have her name on it. These handbooks are so
Hifumi was
useful.
trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It seems awfully
Would
convenient.
have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? My name is Celestia Ludenberg, goddamn!
It's upside down. That's funny.
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict
I do, actually.
That's wrong.
You bitch. Oh, jeez.
That's it. The handbook.
Yes.
what?
Go on, open it up. Crack it open for us.
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday handbook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have
Yeah,
to
like
do
in the
is
trials.
check our handbook, and that'll clear up
It's had
everything.
more use in the trials than it has outside.
That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
But it should be so easy, all you have to do is turn it on and show everyone what your name is. If it means so much to you to prove yourself innocent,
Celeste,
we have no choice but to vote you guilty if you don't open it up for us.
can you please just tell us what really happened? Please. Just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because... Until the game's over, you never know what might happen!
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
And do the comic book. I like the comic book. It's fun. I just love the art. It's so different from the rest of the game. It's super good. Right, so... It is a little bit confusing because it's right to left. I haven't read manga very much lately, so... It confuses me sometimes. Right, so it's... 1. That's when they met up with Hiro. Yep. Okay. Did he put him in the costume? Yeah. Can we find them both? Oh, poor Taka. So he's moving him to this one. So that's from that one. That's the bloody mallet that she would have had to wash off.
Here's
That's right.
Exactly what happened.
It must be right?
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was... Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
Hifumi's art is crazy here. It's super exaggerated. I kind of like it though. I like how over-exaggerated all of the proportions and faces and stuff are for these comics. I love how different it is. It's unique. It's fun. And it's an interesting little mechanic. It's fairly easy, but fun.
They convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning.
It's like a little downtime. Or it's like a reward, I suppose, to have something a little bit more simple after all of the bullshit that you just had to go through with the Hangman's Gambit and the bullet time battles and stuff. Oh, Hiro.
That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder.
I would actually buy a Danganronpa comic book if it was in this art style. They should make one of those.
The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these two incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
He's having fun with it at least.
He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is... Celeste. Sorry, you lose.
Boom. Got that bitch.
I lost?
You lose, bitch. You know how you were saying earlier about how, you wanted to debate me, bro, about which one of us had more luck? I think we all know the answer now.
I lost?
And you choked on my crisp, laughing at Yufumi's cat you're drawing. Please don't die.
When was the last time I was forced to utter such words?
Probably never.
They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor.
Oh, my shoulder! Been lying on my side this whole time. I'm in lots of pain.
I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko.
Keiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
Yep, she knows.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
That voice is so good. It's completely different from her angry American screaming voice and her faux European accent.
Interesting.
It's so good. I can't get over how good her English voice is. Hey, I did alright. Sweet. How many Monokuma coins? 118. Sweet. Hey, that's good. I've got almost 120 coins. I'll be able to buy a lot of toys for my friends.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote, okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote.
Can the blackened vote?
And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened?
You probably can't vote for herself, right?
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
I think Monokuma zoned out. You're like, oh yeah, class trial. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Guilty. Guilty, guilty, guilty. It's basically a formality at this point. But once again, you're totally correct. Monokuma, pay attention. You don't ADHD, okay? Don't. We need you to pay attention. This is really important, being that you're the judge of this trial. The blackened this time. The true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celestia Ludenberg. Or more precisely, Tayako Yasuhiro!
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to help commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her speciality. Lying. My speciality? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then did you use... you know... I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What are you talking about?
Just
Shut up,
a
you.
second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I like how they can all be kind of mean to Monokuma and not face consequences. Like, they're not forced to respect him, they're just forced to obey the rules. I'm totally out of the loop, as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you're the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you. Alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
what? Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. What?
So
And I have
then-
proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I showed it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct. Which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh.
He did?
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then... it's hard for me to even say it. He abused me.
What?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice. So she did lie, essentially. That's a crime. An absolute crime. I mean, I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but I never imagined he would go that far. He didn't, though. She's bullshitting. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. Oh, it's so disgusting. I hate it so much. The scene bothers me massively. It sucks to even try and voice it, because it's so annoying. I hate it. I hate that she would use something like that to her own advantage and lie about it. It happens in real life sometimes. Frequently, in fact. It's so fucking disgusting. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm gonna kill him! I'm gonna fucking kill him!
Most
Wait,
unfortunate.
please, if you go now, you will be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her. To escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you.
indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself. That bastard!
This is unforgivable!
Bastard, 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 bastard!
Honestly,
Can we allow him to continue... What? Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? I don't know, Celeste, can we? Absolutely not! How could I? She...
I swear!
I have to save her!
Save her!
actually,
Then, would you like to join with me? It just so happens, I have come up with a plan. I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen, and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. Fumi. You think he's got savior complex? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Ifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
Thank you, Hero. I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah. It was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that, but it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But
He probably does cosplay, being that he is what he is. So why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it?
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. Still being a massive cunt, even after you've been outed as a fucking murderer. Just kill her already. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
Don't cry, Hero, it's okay. She's just a bitch to everyone. It's about as useless as crying over something Byakuya says. He's not worth it. Neither is she. But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? And what she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that? Assuming you had actually let him live.
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And you really believe that? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. Oh, so it was going to be just something that I had said earlier. The thing. About two people murdering two separate victims. I've said this already. I forgot. I didn't know. Okay. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward. Stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
so in the end,
So you had planned to kill him all along? But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can a human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
don't be mean.
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But
But All along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie. Wow, what a quote. You scared him. Don't scare him. He's sensitive. I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And do you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. Castle? That was it. That's all it was. And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers slash bodyguards. What a simplistic... Are they all vampires? Why are their eyes glowing? Ew. Oh, okay. I was gonna make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream. My only goal. That's what life is all about. Is that Byakuya? Oh shit. Celeste, is there something you want to tell the rest of the class about how you feel about Byakuya? He does fit her aesthetic of I don't know. Skinny hot guy, I guess. Twink. Whatever it is she's into. This is some Castlevania level crazy. It's such an ordinary, like, basic bitch dream. Like, I'm sure other people have goals and aspirations, but hers is just, yeah, I want hot guys to be my slave. Like, what a basic dream. You and every other woman on the planet. Like, come on. Come on, man. Is that... she's actually... Do you think she can brainwash him into being her fucking slave? Maybe then he can get a taste of what it likes to be on the bottom. Anyway, combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but...
There is nothing to be done.
Fortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I? She does have red eyes herself, maybe she's a vampire too. She's like a robot vampire, in my mind. But yeah, I mean, pale skin, the gothic European clothing, the red eyes, she's a vampire. Like... creepy.
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate. But you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding. Yeah, it's kind of like that. She's kind of similar to Byakuya in a way. Both cold, unemotional assholes who are mean to everybody else and all have goals beyond everyone else's fathoming. And values beyond everyone else's fathoming. I'm gonna draw a fan art of Byakuya being Celeste's servant now. Ugh. Weird. I don't know, I can't imagine him being subservient to anything. I think he'd rather die. He'd have to be brainwashed. I might.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. That's what we should be saying, sorry. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled. I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes.
That's
indeed.
right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I'd like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey,
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then. And when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings. But that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her. You all done? Okay, then let's get rolling. The blackened disturb the peace. I must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again, in another life.
Celeste has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. It seems characters are taking their death with more dignity as the trials go on. Oh. Oh, Celeste, you get your castle just like you've always wanted. Burning of the Versailles Witch. The fire looks like onions, don't ruin it. Come on now. Yeah, she got burned. Like the 18th century witch she was. Was, I don't know, whatever. Ugh. Maybe older than that actually, maybe more like 16th century. When was Marie Antoinette around? How did she get executed? Did they burn her or did they chop her head off? She was French, so they probably chopped her head off. That was what the French liked doing. Marie Antoine. That was 18th century. Oh, shut the fuck up then, shall I? Oh yeah, guillotined. Okay, fair enough. I don't get that. She didn't get burned, she was hit by a truck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he decided to run her over. I found that kind of funny. Oh, Toko's back. Anyway, I found it kind of funny that he like set up this whole elaborate castle thing to burn her at the stake, only to just run her over with a truck. Maybe it was to like... Because the only thing that she really wanted was to live in like a medieval castle and like live as an old century like European person, like nobility. So maybe she would have in a strange way wanted to get burned at the stake, much like how a lot of people got executed back then. witches and stuff like that were burned at the stake. That's how they killed anyone that they accused of being a witch. So maybe that was just like something that if she was gonna die, at least she could die the way that she would want to, in the era and aesthetic that she would want to. But then he didn't even let her have that, because he ran her over. The thing that killed her was running her over with a very modern day fire truck. She should have been guillotined? Yeah, I think so, Saya, to be honest. I think that would have been interesting. You know when they were guillotining people back in the day? A lot of the time the head wouldn't come off the first try. So they'd drop the blade and it wouldn't go all the way through their head, so they'd have to, you know, bring it back up and try again. So that would have been a pretty brutal way of executing somebody, by repeatedly mushing the back of their neck until the head came off. That's a bit gruesome. You're probably going to be thinking about that for a while now. But, yeah, sorry. Yeah, they had to hack at it. Gross. Harrowing. Indeed. It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. It's not a single strike, yeah. Celeste killed my friends, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point, I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and smush her with a fire truck is awful. Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't get free of their regrets from the outside world. And so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez. Here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out
What
of
do I
here!
care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. It's my destiny to knock you down, one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste?
Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question, if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh.
Whoa!
How exciting.
Oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Terror.
Okay, things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya later.
See ya! Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey Kyoko? Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. Where'd she get that key? Eh? We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
so...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. He trusts me. He trusts that I'm not the spy. He definitely trusts me. He likes me. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
And it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay? Huh? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto! Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Yeah.
So then,
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came.
Good morning! It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe. Thank goodness. I'd never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please, wait just a while longer. So, now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However,
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? That just makes me even more worried.
what?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that,
Indeed.
it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then,
That's fine.
fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing. And where I've been going. You see... What I heard from Kyoko then was... Well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action. These two, they're so cute. They're such sweeties, I love them. I love Kyoko and I love my boy
Correct.
Makoto. The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back... She said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? Let's go and find out. Only one way to. It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about. Could it really be hidden here? You're at a press. She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in. Whoops. At the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I forgot about this too. I actually forgot about this as well. I didn't realise that this was on this chapter. I had no idea what was going on. Oh. That sounded like it hurt. I'd fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side, just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? Oh, a lot of stuff. There's a bunch of files and what looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Academy Student Registry. And this is the only thing in here not covered in dust. So it's been touched. Has someone been looking at it recently? Probably Kyoko. As good as she is, even she can't not displace dust. I slipped the file into my hand, but before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file, and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words. You must not leave. I've seen them. Somewhere before. But I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? Ooh. Ow. A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Shit! Everything's gone. How did that fucker know? There's no surveillance camera, they must have been following me. It was the middle of the night after all. I guess now that Celeste's dead, nobody has to follow the, don't go out at nighttime rule. Which is dangerous. And also 3 more students are dead, there's not really very many of us left who can die. Ow. Apparently something hit me, and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. That was a large, intimidating figure that just hit me. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much, at least. No, the fucking stuff's gone. An empty bookshelf. Kyoko's gonna regret telling Makoto now. She'll never trust me again. Can you imagine trusting somebody with, like, a room full of secrets, and then they come out being like, okay, every fucking thing's gone except a box of tissues. Like, can you imagine how pissed you would be? An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone! The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. Is this like the 3rd time that he's been hit on the back of the head? He really is going to have some severe brain damage, even if he does survive this killing game. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. Yeah, that's called a cerebral hemorrhage, and you need to go to the hospital right now. For now, I should go back to my room. Get some rest. They left you tissues to wipe your tears. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back towards my room. Owie. Somehow I made it back to the 1st floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance, I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound, it's coming from the gym? If he passes out here, is he gonna get punished by Monokuma for falling asleep outside of the dorms? Especially considering he shouldn't be out at night. It's different from when Toko passes out. As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym. I'm hauling ass towards the gym. The sound got stronger and stronger. Oh. What's going on? Can't be nothing. Here in the gym? If he faints, it's not sleeping. I guess, yeah. But like, it is his own fault. What's going on in here, then? Show me. What he should have done was kick the door down. But instead, I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. Why not? The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. What are these words? Yes, get his ass! Get him! Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No. One side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move, or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing?
Monokuma's fucking skilled, dude.
I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then, could it be? Mastermind spies? Sakura, no! How could you do this? Chapter 3 is over. And then there was 7. It's over at last. I got a Robo Justice toy. I got an action figure. You think it transforms? Hey, I got an achievement. Three's the crowd. Oh no, you don't. Absolutely not. Nope. No. No, 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 no. No more. I've had enough. I've been at this for 4 hours! Oh my god, I've spent 4 hours on that fucking trial. I can't believe I spent 4 hours on that. No. A pain in my ass. Okay. Good though, right? Oh, fuck off, Celeste. I don't want to look at your face. So, what are we thinking? Exciting? While we gather our thoughts, I'm gonna go and get a drink because I'm dying a little bit. Ew, Celeste. Oh, gross. Her gross face. Sakura's a badass. She's the goat, honestly. She's so good. She's one of my favorites. I don't talk about her nearly enough, but she's actually one of my favorites. I was ragging on her last chapter, but she proves herself to be absolutely goated in the next one. So we love Sakura. Celeste, yeah, I thought that they were like globes almost, with like a ring formation around them. A little unusual though. So, interesting chapter. Interesting trial. It was all kind of going well until the investigation, and then it seemed like somebody else wrote the whole game. In my opinion. It was just so patently different from anything else that we'd experienced so far. With the running back and forth and the flashbacks. Just so odd. But, yeah. Weird. Because some parts of it was so well written, like the whole bit with learning, her name is actually Taeko Yasuhiro. I wonder if Monokuma, when he was scouting, or whoever the mastermind is, was scouting for, participants in the killing game, whether or not he knew that there would be some confusion regarding Celeste's actual name and Yasuhiro Hagakure's name, and if he had planned that it would be an important part of the trial, or if it's just the case of this is a mystery game and therefore there's random plot twists that wouldn't happen in real life, you know? Because there's always some massive kind of convenient contradiction that's very outlandish and exaggerated that makes you go whoa and like fly back in your seat, but in actuality is super unlikely when you apply it to like a real world situation. That's why real life detectives are like nothing like fictional ones. Fiction makes detectives look so cool, where in actuality they're just cops. Why does this oat milk taste like nothing? It actually tastes like nothing. It's like thick water. I can't taste the oat. Yeah, like, it was going okay with, towards the end when we had finally outed her and she was going all nuts and her voice acting was amazing. Easily the best part of Celeste. Aside from her design, her voice is, like, the best part about her. And there was some moments where she was just acting kind of out of character, because she was kind of bigging herself up as, like, I think the game was as well, the narrative was kind of bigging her up as, like, a really smart character. Not quite to the extent that Byakuya and Kyoko are smart, but still pretty intelligent and pretty logical. But then she just acts like a massive idiot and outs herself. It wasn't even really Hifumi's fault, because like he was dead by the time the trial happened, but she was there outing herself and giving the game away. That was all her fault, the idiot. Wish we could have heard more of her American voice in the game. God, that's so good. Like, even her screamy, angry American voice is super different from her I'm just regularly talking American voice. She's so good! I can't get over how good it is. What if I get any bonus artwork now? I don't know how to unlock this stuff. Oh, and this is this as well. I was looking through, I don't know if I mentioned, but, I booted up the game yesterday to do some school stuff, and get the, presents from the Monokuma machine, from the main menu. I got a load more presents, and ended up using up all of my coins. But apparently you can buy music, and you can buy cutscenes. And shit. Yeah. Do 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 do. Yep. So that's that. Hey, Tucker. Can I just, mention something I kinda like about the designs of this game? I like how their eyes have rings in them. I think it's pretty neat. I don't think it has any kind of special meaning, but it's cool, so. Actually, I don't want to look at Toko anymore. I want to look at a different character. Yeah, that'll do. Haven't seen his face in a while. So, I wasn't really looking it up, but I found the achievements list for all of the achievements in this game that you can get, and I'm kind of stunned. I think it's all to do with the localization, which is another thing that I wanted to talk about. Remind me next stream that I really want to talk about the localization of this game. It was something I brought up right at the start of this one, but I don't really think I have time to talk about it now, and also my throat kind of hurts, and I want to take a break soon. But there's lots and lots of weird references to popular media in this game, and it's probably just for the translation's sake. What do you mean by localization? So when they're translating it, they translate certain things into English equivalents, as opposed to translating words directly. So I'm gonna use an example. In Japanese, the characters go by different... They're not called ultimates. That's a localization. So in Japanese, they're called super high school level. So what that means is, for example, Leon is super high school level baseball star, whereas in English he's called the ultimate. Because super high school level is a bit of a mouthful. I'm sure they say it differently in Japanese, but in English it's called the ultimate. So that's a localization. They're making they're changing the words but keeping the meaning, but to have it make more sense in English. So Genocide Jack is a localization because she wasn't called Jack in the Japanese version of the game. That's something they made for the English version. I don't know why, and that's something that I wanted to talk about with the localization, but I don't have the throat power for it now, so I'll do it next stream. Remind me. I want to talk about some of the strange things that I've noticed about this game's localization. I don't know much about the other games because I've tried my best to avoid spoilers. It's hard to look into this game without seeing people be like, it's just like in the second game when so-and-so dies, and it's like, oh fuck's sake, you know? But I can't really remember a whole lot of the spoilers that I've seen, so... Do you get it? There was a moment in chapter 1 that I noticed. I think Hifumi does it quite a lot. When you're going into the... Great explanation? Cool. Good. When you're going into the incinerator room, the trash room, Hifumi makes like a Shawshank Redemption reference, which isn't what he said in Japanese. He makes a reference, I think, to some Japanese movie or something like that, or like a Japanese relevant reference, but it's translated into a Shawshank reference, which is a very famous and very popular movie that... It's one of those movies that, like, everybody's seen it, kind of thing. Even if you haven't seen it, I guess it's like... I don't know. What's an equivalent movie? What's another movie that, like, everyone knows? Fight Club? I don't know. Something like that, you know? Like, everyone knows what it is. So, it was just translated that way to make it more relevant for English viewers? Or Western viewers? And it doesn't really happen quite so much anymore, because anime is kind of a niche thing, and so a lot of anime that doesn't get super popular, like all the big shonens, tends to just translate it more accurately. So characters bringing up something like, say, doujinshi in an anime, well, a lot of Westerners don't know what the fuck that is. But they do, like, a lot of people who watch anime do know what that is because they specifically watch anime for the Japanese stuff, or they watch it in Japanese, and so a lot of people are, you know, weebs, and thus know a lot about Japanese culture and things that get referenced a lot in Japanese media, like anime. So there isn't really a reason to translate it, but I think Danganronpa, maybe it was just the translation team that worked on the game. Or maybe they did it specifically because they thought that these games would have a wider reach beyond anime fans and people who know a lot about Japanese culture. So they translated it specifically so that the references are references to Western media and things that Westerners would get, so that they wouldn't have to be pulling out their phones and looking shit up to understand what the fuck that word means. Instead, they can just translate it into the Western equivalent. So I guess that's what they kind of did. And I'll go into... You know what? Fuck it. I've already started talking about the localization, which I didn't really want to do, but you've got me rolling now, so... I'm just going to go into a few of the localizations that I've noticed. I'll talk about the thing that I actually wanted to talk about next stream instead. I'll just swap them around. I'll talk about the localization now. I'll talk about the achievements next time, which is what I was planning on talking about, but I got waylaid. Too late. So, I'll have to look it up a sec. I'm trying to avoid spoilers as best I can. Ultimates. So as I said, the Ultimates were translated from Super High School level, but it wasn't just that term that got translated. So... I wonder if it's on here. I have to find it. I don't know, actually. So yeah, a lot of their, ultimates, their actual talents, got translated as well. And not all of them were the same in English as they are in Japanese. So I wonder if Makoto's is different. Let me look it up. Yeah. So, they're not all different. Makoto's is still the ultimate lucky student, Hina's still the ultimate swimmer, Celestia is the ultimate gambler, Chihira's the ultimate programmer, Leon's the ultimate baseball star. I think Mondo is just the ultimate biker, not the ultimate biker gang leader. Oh, that's what it is. I know what it is already, but I don't want to say it just in case of Kate. Sakura is the ultimate fighter, not the ultimate martial artist. Sayaka's the ultimate idol, I think, which is translated into ultimate pop sensation. Likely because pop sensation idols are still a thing in Japan. Specifically, you don't really have idols in the West like you do pop stars. That's normally what they're called, right? So she was... It's basically the same sort of thing, but idols are a more specific Japanese phenomenon. Hiro was the ultimate shaman. I'm not entirely sure what shaman exactly is, but I'm assuming clairvoyant is just the equivalent in English. Byakuya is the ultimate rich cunt. He is in English anyway. He's called the ultimate affluent progeny, which is kind of strange. It's a bit of a mouthful. And in Japanese, he's just called the ultimate heir, or super high school level heir. So, referring to him being an heir to his family's corporation. But in English, they translate it to affluent progeny. Now, I know affluent means rich as fuck. Let me just look at what progeny means. I think it means, like, child? Or, like, offspring or something? Your progeny, like, your descendants? Yeah, it means descendant. So, ultimate rich fuck, essentially, is what his name, is what his ultimate is. I'm not sure why they translated it like that, but, I mean, heir would have worked just fine. It's that they decided to go a bit wacky with it. The secret character is the same. You know the one I'm talking about. Toko is ultimate literary girl, which is a little strange. Maybe there's an ultimate literary boy somewhere, who knows. Maybe they could be friends. But that gets translated to ultimate writing prodigy, which I think makes more sense, considering it references how good she must be at writing. And it also references the fact that she won so many awards when she was young and wrote so many books despite being a teenage high school girl. And she must have been writing, she was like 10 or whatever, or even earlier, writing these incredible books. Which is weird considering she writes romance, and I don't know why a little kid would be writing about rather adult topics like that. That's a bit weird. But regardless. Jack is the ultimate murderer. Or super high school level murderer. I'm not sure if Hope's Peak gave her that designation. I'm not sure Hope's Peak even knew that Genocide Jack was attending their school by proxy of her, Toko, sharing a body. But that's translated in English as the ultimate murderous fiend. I don't really like that as much. Murderous fiend does give her more of a title, but ultimate murderer, or ultimate serial killer, or ultimate killer rolls off the tongue better. It just makes it kind of weird sounding when they're discussing Genocide Jack in Chapter 2. The ultimate murderous fiend, it just sounds a bit contrived and a little bit like, why are we calling her that? It just sounds a bit like... It just doesn't roll off the tongue or fit as well, in my mind. It just sounds a bit weird. I think there's another one. Yeah, oh yeah, there's a few more actually. Oh god. So, again, these last three are an example of localization for the sake of trying to make it so that Westerners who aren't familiar with Japanese culture and Japanese specific phenomenon, like idol culture for example, would be able to get the gist of what it's supposed to be referring to without having to look up what this random Japanese term means. So the last three are specific to Japan. So the first one I'm going to be discussing will be Kiyotaka. So in Japanese, let me just check him out. He's super high school level public morals committee member. So I believe, from what I've gathered, the Public Morals Committee is something that is a Japanese school phenomenon. So the Public Morals Committee basically just exists to make sure that schools are running properly, everyone's following the rules, nobody's breaking any rules, nobody's... It's not like a law thing, it's like the law but for schools, right? He's basically like a school cop who makes sure that the schools are running properly. And being that he's the ultimate in that, we can assume that this Public Morals Committee has a lot of different students, and he is just the best at it. Either he's the best at enforcing the rules, or he's the best at understanding what is happening, and understanding what the rules are and how to enforce them properly. Maybe the school that he goes to has the best track record when it comes to making sure that everything is running smoothly. That isn't really a thing in Western schools. No American school has something like that. Kids just throw things at each other and spit on the teachers. So, instead, that was translated to Ultimate Moral Compass, which is a bit strange. It's a bit of a messy term. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well, so to speak. And it also implies that he's got more of a moral compass in society. It seems to refer more to law, like actual law, not committing crimes, not killing people, not hurting people, not stealing, stuff like that, as opposed to, more specifically, the rules in a school setting, which we know that he's very studious. It seems like academia is very, very important to him, but it doesn't really come across. I don't think there is any equivalent, so I guess they did the best they could. And it's not a huge problem, but just explain what a Public Morals Committee is, you know? So that's his. The second one is Hifumi's. So I believe that Hifumi is the ultimate, or should I say, super high school level doujin author. So a doujinshi is a fan comic in Japan. And I guess a lot of people wouldn't know what a doujinshi is. It's a Japanese word, there isn't really a English translation. So it got translated into English, or localized, as ultimate fanfic creator. So a doujinshi is basically Japanese fanfiction, but in art style, doujinshis are normally fan comics, so pictures and stuff. Whereas fanfic creator implies a lot more. It implies that he writes as opposed to draws, or does both. Now, it seems that he does more than that. I'm not sure if it's just because of the, again, English localization, but when you're speaking to him, he talks about how he goes to like these conventions and sells his work. That is normally something that happens in Japan with doujinshi authors. They sell their comic books to people. And these comics are normally for things like anime, but I think you can make doujinshi for other forms of media as well. But again, another Japanese-specific phenomenon that they translated into something that would be the equivalent in English. And it works better because it's all fan creation. It's fan creation based. People in the West are very familiar with the concept of fan fiction and the concept of fan art, fan created works, fandoms, stuff like that. I believe, because I looked into the history of fan fiction a little bit, and it did start, I mean, it depends on your definition of fan fiction, right? It could have started from the moment people had started creating anything. People were making fan-related content, but I'm pretty sure what really popularized fandoms and fan fiction and how we know fan fiction is today was back in the 60s, actually, when mostly women were creating Star Trek fanfiction. That's mostly how it got popularized, and I think you'll see a lot of the time when looking into the history of fanfiction that it started with Star Trek, and that's what a lot of people say. There's more to it than that, because fanfiction goes back, I think the terminology fanfiction has its roots back in the 1930s, and depending on your definition, we could be going back hundreds, if not thousands of years of people making fan content. I mean, is like the Aeneid fanfiction, you know? Are all these books by famous philosophers talking about mythological gods not fanfiction? But I think we're getting a bit pedantic. So, fanfiction got popularized back in the 60s. I'm pretty sure that the first slash fiction, which is pairing between two gay men, was started by a by a Star Trek fanfiction back in the 60s and 70s between the two male leads. So that was how that started. And one of the most popular and famous fanfiction websites where you can post and publish your own stories is fanfiction.net, which was founded back in the late 90s. And fanfiction.net has many, many users. It's very popular. It's been mostly overshadowed by a website that tends to have stories of higher quality and is also more easily navigable, which is known as Archive of Our Own, which is a much more... I think it's more popular nowadays. There are several different sites of varying content quality, but AO3 and fanfiction.net tend to be up there as the top ones. So, while Star Trek may have popularized the concept of fandom and fanfiction and turned it into what we know today, it does go back for a much longer period of time before that. And of course, as Star Trek was airing in the 60s, 70s, I believe the 80s as well, and there were of course lots of reruns, it just sort of exploded and got more and more popular as more and more people realized that they can actually write their two favorite characters kissing each other. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So, of course, due to its popularity and the fact that in the West in particular it's gained huge amounts of fervor since the 60s and has only been increasing to the point where lots of people, particularly youngsters and women, tend to be the ones creating the most amount of fan-created content. I'm pretty sure that the first fanzine, which is basically just a European version of a doujinshi, was created thanks to Star Trek. It was a Star Trek fanzine. And fanzines tend to have, or zines as they're often just referred to as, tend to have lots of fan art, sometimes short stories that were written by fans. They usually come with, modern day fanzines at least, often come with other memorabilia. So you might get normally lots of people come together and collaborate on a fanzine. So lots of different artists will draw pictures. Each individually, they'll have their own piece in the fanzine. Some of them will draw sticker designs. You can have charms, little posters, cards, all sorts of little things that come with modern day designs, and they're very popular. Look at anything, any media. Danganronpa, there's probably 100 designs if you look hard enough on like websites such as Tumblr, Twitter, Instagram, places where people share their art. You'll probably find 100 designs that are active for these games right now, probably. And sometimes you can have character designs where people draw fan art for a particular character. You can have games designs, theme designs that are like, you know, where they're all like, some pieces are color coded, where they only use specific color palettes to draw each character. I saw one of those once, but designs for everything. Designs for superheroes, designs for video games, designs for every single anime ever to exist probably, designs for Western content. There's Transformers designs, I've seen those floating around. Sometimes it's dedicated to certain characters, other times it's just dedicated to the whole, maybe it's dedicated to specific shows, like, for example, you could have a Transformers Prime fanzine, which is one show out of many in the Transformers franchise. Or you could have it dedicated to the whole franchise. But it's very, very common. You'd be surprised. If you just scratch the surface, you'll find a lot in there. So yeah, that's a little bit of digging. I fell down a bit of a rabbit hole when I was researching Hifumi's localization. So yeah, I'll leave you to process what I just said while I look for the other one. Now I'm going to need to look up a bit of information about this one because I've forgotten what it was. Oh, you bitch. Ah, yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, okay. So, the third and final one that I wanted to talk about was Junko. So, Junko, her ultimate, in Japanese, is Super High School level Gyaru. So that's Gyaru. Gyaru. In English, this is localized as Ultimate Fashionista, but it's a little bit more specific than just simply liking fashion, or being a bit of a, you know, runway model / magazine model type character. A Gyaru is, again, Japanese specific phenomenon. So a Gyaru is a subculture, more than it is anything else, in Japan, and the name derives from the Japanese pronunciation of the word gal, so gyaru, because they pronounce the L's and R's the same, so gyaru and gal are kind of the same word. And it started in the 90s, from what I can tell, of young girls trying to demolish the idea that women had to be kind of meek and subservient and homemakers kind of thing. And so the gyaru style is very flashy and rebellious. So what a lot of them tend to do is They wear all these super tight clothing. You know, they get their thighs out and their midriffs out. They dye their hair wacky colors. They get tans. A lot of them are very tanned, quite dark-skinned actually. They're very wild and rebellious personalities. You know, they're walking down the street in their high heels and like making a ruckus and sneaking into bars and getting into all sorts of trouble. A very rebellious attitude, and nothing like what Japan's society would normally expect a woman to act like. Very almost gross, I suppose. A lot of people would probably be quite, at least in their society, would be quite disgusted by the way that they're acting. But they don't give a shit, they're just having fun. And it was kind of their whole subculture that's became quite popular, of them just going wild with it and doing what they want and enjoying their youth, as it were. Which is not, again, something that we really see, especially nowadays, in the West. Kind of punk, yeah, kind of. But more specifically for girls, you don't see guys acting like this. It's a young girl thing. And so for Junko to be kind of the ultimate gyaru, probably a lot of Westerners wouldn't even be able to pronounce that if they didn't know what they were getting into when playing this game. But the gyaru is very... it fits her because she does have this... she doesn't really have a tan, but she does have quite revealing clothing. You know, she's got her chest out and she's got her... it's quite quite eye-catching, I suppose. And she does have huge hair, which is probably dyed, if we can assume. I mean, they all have fairly wacky hair colours, but I mean, Leon's hair is dyed. His isn't naturally red. I'm assuming Byakuya is naturally blonde. But a lot of the characters have weird hair colour. I mean, Kyoko's is kind of like a lavender kind of colour, and Sakura's is white. So they don't necessarily have natural hair colours for hers to stand out. But I'm assuming it is dyed to fit in with the fact that she is a gyaru. Let's have a look. Oh, they use slang terms as well, like for real, IKR, I know, right? So, kind of like what teenage girls would use in the West, I suppose, as being very, like saying words like that. It's kind of a modern teen thing, teen speak, you know, Gen Z speak, as it were. Probably what they would call it nowadays. Yeah, so that's what she is. She fits in with that kind of subculture more, which isn't really referenced too much in the game, unless they just changed it for the localization. Again, I can't speak Japanese, and I can't read it either, so if I were to play the Japanese version of this game without English, I wouldn't be able to understand if the English translation had changed entire sentences. Unless I were to get somebody who spoke Japanese or could read it to, like find a Reddit thread or something where they talk about the actual Japanese and see what they're actually trying to say. But yeah, that was, there isn't really a whole lot of references to her being into any kind of subculture. She's very popular, and she's obviously on a lot of magazines, and she has a lot of... she's probably got a lot of money. She probably gets a lot of, like, modeling jobs showing off makeup and clothing and stuff that gets put on... she probably got put on posters and stuff like that, so she's clearly quite popular in Japan, which is strange considering if gyaru is kind of like a Japanese punk, but for girls. It's kind of strange to see her be so popular in a society that would deem her a little like a rebellious youth, but regardless, it's pretty cool. My microphone's covered in dirt. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about the localization, because I found those translations to be interesting. Most of them are the same, some of them are a little bit different, but localized in my opinion, to make it so that Westerners who aren't familiar with Japanese phenomenon can understand the equivalent without having to look it up themselves and do research into these things like I did. So, yeah, I don't have a huge problem with the changes. Normally I do like it when they translate it in such a way that it retains the original Japanese, but a lot of the time when things are translated completely literally, a lot of the Japanese is quite stilted, or certain translations wouldn't make sense because they're making like a pun or a bit of Japanese wordplay where two words sound like similar words, but have different meanings, and so it's like a Japanese pun, which wouldn't work when translating it into English because the English translations of those two words probably don't sound alike whatsoever. So they would have to make an English equivalent joke, which can be quite difficult if the situation calls for something specific. And obviously in those cases, I would rather you localize it as opposed to translate it literally, because then you have the opportunity to make a funny joke, if you're smart enough to think of one. But I would normally ask that they retain the spirit of the original, if not the exact translation. Which I think that they did, mostly. Maybe except for Hifumi's ultimate fanfiction creator, as opposed to ultimate doujin author. But all of the others seem to be pretty fitting. And I guess fashionista isn't really an equivalent of gyaru, but there isn't one, so you have to make do. I realise I've been at this for nearly 5 hours. I'm pretty sure I've been talking for the past 40 minutes about translation. I'm not even done. I wanted to talk about Genocide Jack and her translation, and how I have kind of a problem with that, and the localization. And also, I wanted to talk about the origin of her name a little bit as well, because I found out something pretty interesting when I tried desperately to avoid spoilers, and scrolled all the way down to the trivia section of her Danganronpa wiki page, and I found something quite interesting, but I will save that for next time because my throat hurts, dinner's going to be ready in like 5 minutes, and I'm sick of talking about this fucking game. So, I'll talk about her localization next time, and I'll also talk about the achievements, which I find particularly funny and interesting. I don't think the achievements have anything to do with Japanese. I'm not sure what, or if the game even has achievements in the Japanese version. I'm assuming it does, but maybe the achievements are in English. If they're not, they might reference... Because I'm just gonna be frank, the Japanese version has references to... Oh no, not the Japanese version. Sorry, the achievements have references to various media, and this is what I was going on about when I first started my tirade, which was localizing references and stuff like that. And I thought that a lot of them were actually really cool, but I'll talk about them next time if I have time, and hopefully I won't go off on a tangent. But yeah, I found something really interesting about Genocide Jack and the origin of her name, and I want to talk about all of the references that are in the names of the achievements, which I'm pretty sure, as I said, were just done for the English version, but nevertheless I find them cool, so I'm going to talk about them. Suck me. There you go. I can do what I want. Love how much you're getting into this franchise. I love this fucking game, dude. This makes me so excited. I love talking about shit like this. I love deep diving into media analysis, and this game is so long, the franchise is so fucking long, I can talk for hours about this game and never get tired. Well, that might be a lie. I will get tired, but I'll still keep talking about it regardless. I just find it so fun, and I just love... So much care went into the details that I can't... It would be disrespectful of me to not pick it apart, in my opinion. So yes.